Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, thank you all for being here for Sunday Sangha, or if you're here for the whole day long retreat. Uh, Either one, you're in the right place. Welcome. So we'll just begin as people continue to settle in. As people continue to come into the room, we'll just start to settle in for just a few minutes. And so I always like to once we arrive at the seat, just move around a little bit, perhaps shrug the shoulders and move the head around and stretch. Some of you will be here all day, but even if you're not here all day, an hour is a good length of time. And then take a few deep breaths. Mm. And then settling into just a natural, easeful breath when you're ready. And just as you settle in, bringing the attention, the awareness, just throughout the entirety of the body of experience here. So noticing what's here. Noticing what's here physically, noticing mind states and thoughts. And environment. Let's take a nice long inhale through the nose, fill up, let it go. And again, inhale, let it go. Once again, inhale, letting it go and slowly opening the eyes, allowing light and vision in rather than looking out in. And maybe bring the palms together, little bow. All right. Again, welcome. Thanks for being here. Again, two things kind of going on at once, the Sunday Sangha and the day-long retreat. The Sunday Sangha will continue with its normal rhythm, so we'll soon move into chanting, and then we'll sit, and then I'll have some Dharma words on the other end, and then perhaps some discussion as well. If you're here for Sunday Sangha, but I want you to feel free to stay on afterwards for as long as you'd like to. We'll be here until 3 o'clock Pacific time, 6 o'clock Eastern time. So if you want to, if just to know that there's a practice opportunity here, if you'd like to continue after the top of that hour, and you can leave whenever you want to. It's not a problem. And then if you are staying for the whole thing, there's a schedule that I'll talk about a little bit later. Basically, it's just periods of sitting and walking and chanting, and with some Dharma words, and then we'll have a break in the middle in about 2.5 hours. for an hour. So if we haven't met, my name is Adam Stonebraker, and I'm a teacher with Sacred Mountain Sangha, one of the core teachers, and then I'm also a guiding teacher at a place called Mountain Stream Meditation, which is in Nevada City, which is where I live, which is also Nisenan territory, Nisenan land. So thank you all. And so we'll get started with some chanting here. I think the chanting book is in the chat. No, is it? Yeah, great, cool. So we'll start with how we typically start on page, let's see here, page 3, I believe. Yeah, page 3, moving through the homage to the Buddha, Namo Tassa, and then the 3 refuges, and then the 5 precepts. Buddha called these the 8 streams of blessing, the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. And they're meant to be protective. Especially the precepts are meant to be protective of our own mind, but also protective of others around us. Yeah. And then the Namo Tassa is honoring the Buddha, honoring the teacher, the Buddha, but also honoring our true nature, awareness itself, the potential for awakening. Just a little pause. And let's exhale together. The inhale. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi. For the precepts, we'll do them in Pali and then in English after. Panatipata Vedamani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from intentionally taking life. Adinadana Vedamani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from taking that which is not given. Kammesu miccachara vedamani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from misuse of sexuality and the senses. Musawada Vedamani Sikka Padang Samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from speech that is false, divisive, harsh, and meaningless. Sura Meraya Majja Pamadatana Veramani Sikka Padang Samadhiyami. I undertake the training to refrain from intoxication which leads to carelessness. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Okay, so moving on from here, let's go to the next page. What I usually call it Itipiso, which is just the that's the first line, but it's really the recollection of the triple jewel, the various qualities of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, which are really beautiful to contemplate. Itipiso bhagava araham samma sambuddho vija charana sampanno sugato lokavidu annutaro bodhisattva sarati sata deva manusanam buddho bhagavati sovakato bhagavata Dhammo sanditiko akaliko ehipasiko opanahiko pachatam meditabo innu hiti supatipano bhagavato sawakasango ujupatipano bhagavato sawakasango naya patipano Bhagavato Savakasango Sami Chipatipano Bhagavato Savakasango Yadidam Chattari Purisayogania Tapurisapugaha Esa Bhagavato Savakasango Ahnahiyo Pahnahiyo Dakinahiyo Anjali Karaniyo Anutaram Punyakitam Loka Sahati. Let's just pause here for a moment. Just honoring our lineages, tracing all the way back to the Buddha and before, teachings arising in South Asia, Ganges River Valley, and spreading from there through Asia, east and west, north, south, all directions. Honoring this ancient language that it's still alive for us to chant, that has been traveling through millions and millions of bodies and beings for thousands of years. Just honoring the practitioners, those who have dedicated their lives to practice and to sharing teachings, and dedicated to awakening and the awakening of others. Thank you. Right. So let us move on to, I think it's just the next page. Highest blessings. So we'll talk about this a little bit later. But it's a good chant in English. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with this. My Zoom updated and everything's in different places. So having a little bit of trouble. Okay. Thus have I heard that the Blessed One was staying at Savatthi, residing at the Jeta's Grove in Ananda Pindika's park. Then in the dark of the night a radiant Deva illuminated all Jeta's grove. She bowed down low before the Blessed One, then standing to one side she said, Devas are concerned for happiness and ever long for peace. The same is true for humankind. What then are the highest blessings? Avoiding those of foolish ways, associating with the wise, and honoring those worthy of honor. These are the highest blessings. Living in places of suitable kinds, with the fruits of past good deeds, and guided by the rightful way. These are the highest blessings. Accomplished in learning and craftsman's skills, with discipline highly trained, and speech that is true and pleasant to hear. These are the highest blessings, providing for mother and father's support, and cherishing family, and ways of work that harm no being. These are the highest blessings, giving with Dhamma in the heart, offering help to relatives and kin, and acting in ways that leave no blame. These are the highest blessings, steadfast and restraint and shunning evil ways, avoiding intoxicants that dull the mind, and mindfulness in all things that arise. These are the highest blessings, respectfulness and of humble ways, contentment and gratitude, and hearing the Dhamma frequently taught. These are the highest blessings, patience and willingness to accept one's faults, seeking venerated seekers of the truth, and sharing often the words of Dhamma. These are the highest blessings, the holy life lived with ardent effort, seeing for oneself the noble truths, and the realization of Nibbana. These are the highest blessings, although involved in worldly ways, unshaken the mind remains, and beyond all sorrow spotless secure. These are the highest blessings. They who live by following this path know victory wherever they go, and every place for them is safe. These are the highest blessings. Okay, so let's go all the way down, all the way to the Great Compassion Mantra. chant this fairly swiftly. Namo Dabe Quan Shi Yin Bu Sa Na Amo Dabe Quan Shi Yin Bu Sa Na Amo Dabe Quan Shi Yin Bu Sa Namo Halla Danno Dolaye Namo Ariye Puriri Shambholaye Bhuti Satto Paye Moha Satto Paye Moha Jaluni Nansa Panna Paye Sura Nura She Namo Shiri Toi Mangaliye Puriri Sherfula Lung Toba Namo Nola Ginger Moa Pando Samme Sapparato Shupanga Shuryo Sappasado Namo Passado Namo Pachimu Fatado Tanana Parushi Lujari Jalani Ishini Moa Buddhi Sato Sappa Sappa Mula Mula Moshi Moshi Dulu Dulu Jimang Dulu Dulu Fashayiri Moa Fashayiri Tola Tola Dini Ni Sherfalaye Jala Jala Momo Mudili Ishi Ishi Sherno Sherno Wala Shanbula Shali Pasha Pashan Bola Shaye Hulu 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 Shiri Sola Sola Shiri Shiri Sulu Sulu Putiye Putiye Putoye Putoye Mini Niye Ginger Dili Shani no Payamuno Sopa Shitoye Sopa Moha Shitoye Sopa Shito Yuye Ye Sopa Nola Ginger Sopa Mola Nola Sopa Shiru Sangha Mujoye Sopa Sopa Moha Shitoye Jajira Shitoye Sopa Borum Moje Shitoye Sopa Nola Ginger Panjela Ye Sopa Vishang Jela Ye Sopa Namo Hala Dano Dola Ye Namo Ali Ye Polu Jedi Shambola Ye Sopa Hanan Shiryan Du Mandola Bato Ye Sopa Namo Quan Shi Yin Bu Sao Na Mo Quan Shi Yin Bu Sa He Na Mo Quan Shi Om Namo Quan Chö Yin Bu Sa E Namo Quan Chö Yin Bu Sa Om Namo Quan Chö Yin Bu Sa. Okay. So just settling in now to some stillness, relative stillness. Allowing the vibrations to draw the awareness again through the entirety of the body. Noticing how the chanting affects the whole body. The movement, the vibration comes out of stillness and returns to stillness, as does the sound arise out of silence and return to silence. It's constant cycle. Finding a sense of stability in the breath, but not allowing the breath to be confined, allowing the breath to breathe the entirety of the body. This is the anchor, the tether that allows us to open up into our senses and receive whatever is here. So feel free to adjust yourself, stretch, uh, and I'll share some some thoughts, some Dharma words to talk about devotion a little bit, and maybe open it up to some discussion if I don't talk too much by the end. Yeah, and so the theme for the Daylong today is it's a chanting retreat is what we're calling it, um, which just means there's a little bit more chanting than your normal Daylong, a lot more probably, but uh, and chanting is interesting because it's a pretty central part of the Buddhist path. It always has been. Um, it's this is how the suttas were shared for the first few hundred years after the Buddha passed away. The suttas were all oral transmissions, and they were chanted. It was until a couple hundred years later that they were actually were written down. But even after they were written down, they were still shared orally, and they were chanted. And if for those of you who have gone to Asia, you know that chanting is a very central, very large part of the practice. Or if you've been to one of the monastic retreats at Spirit Rock or IMS, they spend a big part of the day chanting. And the chants can be, they're sometimes they're suttas, sometimes they're homages, um, and they really speak to kind of this devotional aspect of practice. When the Dharma was brought west, um, they kind of took a lot of the devotional parts out of it, and just kind of created this mostly just a sitting practice and walking practice. And I think there was some wisdom in that, and that there was a lot of us, a lot of Westerners, including me, were very jaded by our religious upbringing. And so I think them trying to protect the Dharma by not turning people off right away through devotional practices was probably a wise thing to do. But over the years, there's been something missing, I think, from a lot of the Dharma transmissions. And so some of the sanghas you go to, chanting is like it would never chant in the sangha or do any kind of devotional practice because it just wasn't transmitted over here through particular lineages. But we're starting to see a resurgence in devotional practice and in chanting, because it's really the heart of the practice and is an expression of some very central aspects of the Buddhist teaching, in my opinion. And so when we devote ourselves to something, we're really kind of um, going against the stream of what society would have us think is most important, which is self-preservation, independence, ego, um, accumulation, consumption, all of these things. And so giving up and giving ourselves to something leaves us leaves us vulnerable, supposedly. So there's this really interesting uh, inaction of the Dharma through devotional practice that I think is really important, and I think is probably pretty central to the ancient transmission of the Dharma, especially as lay people. And so one of the things I really like about devotional practice, and when I speak of devotional practice, I mean chanting or bowing or ceremony, um, any of these things. Uh, when we do these devotional practices, it's really interesting because we're bringing all of our faculties to it. And so when we're sitting in meditation, yeah, we can experience pain and we can experience different things in the body, but we're really trying to use the mind to recontextualize the pain, or we're really working with the mind in very particular ways. When we chant or when we bow, and we're bringing physical movement, we're bringing uh, mind, we're bringing our voice, we're bringing all of these things, everything we can, to one action, one practice. So it's this very, very complete experience. So they all become united as one. you know. And as I said, many of us can kind of have an aversion to the devotional. We may think we have to give up our autonomy, um, or sometimes we need to establish some sense of psychological stability, um, before we can really give ourselves to something like this, to give ourselves to devotional practice. Um, but really, this idea of breaking down, um, this delusion that we're separate is enacted through devotional practice. I think is really important because our meditation practice can become very much about the mind and about science and about control and about prediction and crafting and molding and creating something, engineering, you know, this mind that we want to have, or this practice that we want to have, or this life that we want to have, which is definitely part of it. That's part of what we're doing. We're changing the brain. This is being seen through science. But that's only part of it. We can't miss the letting go part of our practice. This is very, very, very important. This giving up control, or placing our personal neuroses on the altar of devotion. This part is very, very, very important, or our practice can become very cold and scientific. Devotion is a natural complement to a very central teaching of the Buddha, which is sada, which is translates as faith, which again doesn't have a great connotation in Western streams of religion. But I like the translation of confidence a little bit better. And so sada is confidence, sada is faith. Sada is why we're here. Faith is why we're all here in this room right now. Faith is why we practice, because uh, you know we we have faith in the fact that this is actually good for us to do, to sit and practice together and to chant and to do Buddhist practice. That's faith was required for that to happen. And then as we begin to practice, we see the benefits of it, and that grows the confidence. Yeah. And so as I said before, we can get caught up in bolstering our practice by overemphasizing study and reading and gaining knowledge and all of these things. And many monasteries, they don't even allow books, because really want you to dive into the direct experience of life as it is. So if we over intellectualize, we can create uh, a sense of stagnation or plateauing in the actual experience of practice. And this is, again, when our practice becomes too one-sided. And devotion is the remedy, or is the medicine to resolve that stagnation. It can provide breakthroughs. Letting go provides the breakthrough, um, when we get caught in that cycle of intellectualization. I am very familiar with this. Yeah, because I'm the type of person who thinks they kind of have to know everything before they can do it. Um, and in that knowing, in that knowledge, in the knowing every angle and this gaining of knowledge, there's a perceived kind of safety in that before you kind of dive into something. And you can't really do that with devotional practice because you don't know what's going to happen. So I spent many, many years just, you know, reading and sitting and intellectualizing and thinking and many, many years of practice were spent doing that, and it was very valuable for me. But again, there was something cold. There was something that was missing from it. And as I said before, I had an aversion to devotional practice, mostly through just kind of being a jaded former Catholic. That was a jaded teenager. That jaded teenager was still within me, and so I kind of shied away from anything that had any sort of hint of devotion to it. It wasn't until I really started to study deeply with Kittasaro and Tanisara, maybe 10 or 12 years ago, that I allowed myself to do that again. It just opened up so much, opened up so much. Uh, yeah. And as we know from religion, if we look out, around the world, devotion does have a shadow side, a dark side, where they can kind of turn into personality cults and you give up too much control and bad things can happen. So again, it's always about this balance, always about the balance. And the Buddha was not interested in creating a emotional personality cult at all. um, but he also knew that respect and homage paid to those who are worthy of it was a really great blessing for us and a really important part of our practice. In that the Mangala Sutta that we chanted today, the discourse on blessings, we chanted about the value of a respectful, reverential attitude, uh, together with the blessings of avoiding those of foolish ways and associating with the wise. So there's this higher aspiration to the devotion. We give ourselves to something bigger than ourselves or higher than ourselves, in a sense. Or you could think of it another way: we're giving ourselves to who we actually are rather than the limitations that have been put upon us by our conditioning or by our thinking or by our categorization or all of these things. And so this higher blessing isn't something that's outside of us, it's something that we actually are. And so the Buddha asked us to, or recommended that we aspire to something bigger than our confined self. And this is really important for any kind of pursuit we want to do. If you're trying to get better at a skill, you hang out with people who are better than you. Or if you want to become smarter, you hang out with people who are smarter than you in whatever discipline you're trying to do. If when in our practice, if we want to kind of uh, come into our fully realized self, we want to hang out with people who are maybe more realized than us or enlightened than us, or who are following the path, who are on the path, who are devoted to the path. This is where the importance of Sangha comes in. That's why the refuge of Sangha is so important, to be around people who are aspiring to the same thing that we're aspiring to. Mm. And so it's really required that we allow ourselves to see the potential of our own awakening. How we see ourselves on the path is really, really, really important, um, and causative, I think. And so it's very much worth contemplating: how do I actually see myself on the path? Do I do I see awakening in the future, down the road? Or can I wake up right here and right now? Or how, do I see myself as lesser than a teacher or a practitioner? How do I see myself on the path? What am I aspiring to? And how is this aspiration or this non aspiration affecting my own spiritual life, practice, and progress? And so if we stay within the confines of our conditioning or our kind of self obsession, um, then we'll never break out of it. If we can't see ourselves past that, it's difficult to break out of. Yeah, and so when we honor something higher than ourselves, when we say Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa, it's not just honoring the person, the teacher, the Buddha outside of ourselves. It's honoring the enlightened nature within here. And so we bow to the Buddha, we bow to our own nature, we bow to our potentiality. Yeah. And so every time we bow and we give ourselves to Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa, we're acknowledging that higher nature, and that enhances our own inner potentiality. I found this little poem. I don't know if it's a poem, but I don't know who said it. But it says this: when the high heart we magnify, and the sure vision celebrate, in worship greatness passing by, ourselves are great. Yeah. And so the nobler this sutta is really important because it's about the highest blessings. What are the highest blessings? And the Buddha kind of lays out these are the highest blessings. And the nobler that object of our devotion, the Buddha is kind of like pretty noble. Um, the higher the blessing will be. Yeah. And so in the suttas, it says in the Anguttara Nikaya 434, it says, those who have joyous confidence in the highest fruit will be theirs. And so we continue to aspire to greater and greater and greater awakening, and that wakes up the awakening within us that's already there. So, wow, I didn't, yeah, that's, it's already the top of the hour. Uh, and I would like to discuss this a little bit. So, if you'd like to stay on and discuss this, we can do that. And if you're doing the uh, retreat, stay on and we can discuss this as well. But if you are just staying for the first hour, it's almost the top of the hour. We got probably another few seconds. And I just want to thank you for being here for our Sunday Sangha. I want to thank you for your practice and just showing up. Just showing up is so important. I really appreciate that. If you'd like to offer dana, you can go to the website, sacredmountainsangha.org, and there's a donate button. Um, uh, yeah, you support our stream of Dharma continuing. So thank you for being here. Feel free to stay on for as long as you'd like to, and we'll continue this discussion. Have a wonderful day if you're leaving. Okay. So yeah, I'll continue to talk about this throughout the day. But this idea of really all of our Buddhist practice is an act of letting go. As I said before, we can we can get um, caught up in as I have been, and in the science and the engineering and all of this part of it. But really, it's in the letting go where the awakening truly happens, and our and that in and of itself is devotion. And so Buddhist practice without the letting go is isn't as effective, and not really what the Buddha taught, I don't think. But I always go back to this quote from Ajahn Chah, and this is devotion right here. Letting go. This famous quote: "If you let go a little, you will find a little peace. If you let go a lot, you will find a lot of peace. If you let go absolutely, you will find absolute peace and tranquility. Your struggle with the world will have come to an end." That's really devotional practice. That's not engineered. That's letting go. Yeah. So yeah, just the next until 10:15 or so, we can discuss this. If you have any questions or any comments or insights, I'd love to hear from you. And Catherine, yeah, you can say something.
Hi, Adam. Couple questions. What,
Yeah.
how do you define letting go? What does that mean, really?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, kind of, one way you could say it is just letting things be as they are. And so I know a lot of people who don't like the term letting go, and they prefer letting be. And so this trying not to control things, or at least noticing your want or your tendency to try to curate and control life around you, sort of create pleasant situations for yourself, and aversion towards what's unpleasant. So letting go is just very much just about allowing the natural processes to unfold, um, and
The, the,
not denying life or fighting against life. Not that we don't work to change things, of course we do. The Buddha did. Um, but there's also some things are just inevitable, and the more we fight it, the more we suffer. And then really, the ultimate letting go is letting go of our ultimate attachment to this body, this self. That's the ultimate letting go. But there's little letting goes that happen all the time, when we notice a particular pattern arising or a reaction, we can notice it and then let it go, not let it act out. When we notice a familiar, unskillful emotion come up, we can notice it. This is the important why mindfulness practice is so important. We notice it and we can let it go. And so letting go can mean a lot of different things. Um, so letting go of patterns, letting go of conditioning, letting go of that which is unskillful, letting go of that which is unwholesome, and allowing what is wholesome, what is skillful to arise. So that's yeah. I don't know if that helps.
yeah, I find it really hard to um, have some sort of sense of boundaries of what is letting go, a healthy letting go, and what is just avoidance. And if I let go of taking care of myself and I don't bathe and so forth, then it seems like kind of a crazy thing to let go. Um, but if I'm, I see bad things going on in politics around me, and I don't take any part in it, and I don't bother to go out and vote or whatnot. That's sort of letting go, just let it happen. But I don't
Hmm,
think that's what's meant. But I don't
not at all.
know how to. I don't. Yeah, everybody. So there's all these contradictions. Get involved but let go. Take care of yourself but let go. On and on. And I guess I haven't understood um, when to let go.
Yeah, it's
I,
like
I,
you know. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So, for instance, my son died, and so I sort of have come to a certain amount of acceptance. Is that a letting go? I think so, but I still think about him and miss him and whatnot. I just try to remember that nothing is permanent
Hmm.
and to accept that. And I think that's one kind of letting go, maybe, if I'm understanding this at all.
Yeah, yeah, there's different types of letting go, but letting go isn't about being flippant. It's not about forgetting. It's not like you'll never um, feel pain again. It's not about bypassing or um, as I said before, forgetting. That's not what it's about. It's about realizing what's skillful and what's unskillful, and letting go of what's unskillful, letting go of what's unwholesome, letting go of that which doesn't help. There we can get involved in political situations, but if we're super tied to a particular outcome, then we'll suffer. So you let go of the outcome and just do the action. So compassion's all about action, doing the action. And so there's yeah, it's not, again, it's not about putting blinders on and moving around. It actually allows you to become more compassionate and more responsive and more available and more there for people, if you don't require people to be a particular way, or require things to be a particular way, or require things to be a particular way. You stop fighting against life. That's the uh, that's the letting go. And so it's kind of letting go of the self, in a sense. So the self cherishing of this ego. That's the ultimate letting go.
Seems like there's
So
an awful lot of wiggle room in there that I get lost in.
for
But
sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's a constant learning. It's a constant engagement and constant practice. This answers were straightforward, it'd be really easy. If we could offer just yeses and nos for everything, that would be really an easy way to do it. But yeah, it's more like jazz than classical. It's more like jazz music than classical music, if you're a musician.
thank you.
Yeah,
And I know it's a hard question.
it is. Yeah, it's kind of like the question. There's a question in the chat here. It says, "Hi, Dan. This is a very ripe exploration. Thanks for offering your reflections and practice. I'm especially struck by the engineering the awakened mind approach. Is there a Pali word for devotion? I know you've mentioned sada as faith. Maybe sada is also the rough equivalent to devotion. By extension, what are the other Pali terms you'd recommend to connect with or related to today's topic?" I'm not sure what the Pali word for devotion would be. Um, yeah, I can look it up. I have my Pali dictionary here. But yeah, sada, and again, no, like English doesn't do justice really to much of what the Pali, to Pali words or Sanskrit words really. And so there's always many English words for one Pali word. And so yeah, sada, it just, yeah, faith is how it's been translated, but it's more like confidence or I'm not sure if it could be called devotion. Guess it could. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, John. I don't know if anybody else has an answer. Yeah, puja. Yeah, puja is like prayer. Um, yeah, so that the chanting we did in the beginning, we could call that a puja. So it's a like a devotional offering. But yeah. Ah, okay. Bandana. Thank you, Renuka. Great. Any other insights or reflections or questions? Martha.
Hi, Adam. So lovely to be here. I really do appreciate you going into the engineering because I think that that has been something that um has kept me from fully engaging, thinking that I have to know all of the scriptures and suttas and and like I don't really have time. But there's a lot of work that can be done, to let go and for me this is why Sacred Mountain Sangha has really drawn me, and it is about the devotion, and the chanting does clear a lot of um energy, to really be able to just ground. So just thank you for going there. It's a difficult subject to really talk about because many of us do have, negative experiences with with our previous religions. I know I was raised Catholic, and I know I have a lot of feelings, and then I just have a lot of feelings against organized religions in general, but it doesn't mean that devotion is not part of spiritual life. So thank you.
Hmm. Yeah, I think what's really interesting about when you read the suttas is that the Buddha's central message was pretty simple and clear, and and he taught to the person that was asking the question, or to the people that were asking the question, or to the situation, or to the particular village. You know, there's one village where he was teaching, and like wrestling was like part of their culture, and he did these like wrestling similes. So it's like he was always changing. So if you were to ask him a question, the Buddha, he would have a completely different, teaching for you. And so it's really, not about learning all the suttas or learning all the lists or learning all these things, because a lot of the lists overlap too. It's really about what was the central, the teaching of the Buddha, was
And
suffering
there's
and ending of
compet-
suffering. Yeah.
it feels like there is a lot of competition of like who knows the deepest knowledge, while it should be a pursuit to learn and to grow. But I think that it can become in our Western mind, like a competition.
Oh, for sure. Oh my gosh. It's yeah. It can get pretty ridiculous out there. Yeah. But yeah, I think just, what the Buddha was always pointing to is practice, direct experience, you know, the answer is like within you. Uh, and yeah, just it's pretty plain. It's pretty plain what he was saying, but he said it in so many different ways. That's why he was so brilliant. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of competition. Yeah. I kind of feel, I feel the same way. Like I don't know enough, or know enough suttas, or know enough Pali, or know enough whatever. But um, will I ever feel like I know enough? I don't know. Probably not. But I know several Buddhist teachers who, they don't know any lists. They don't, they barely know any suttas, but they're incredible teachers. They're just really wonderful teachers because they practice, and they, they, they know the essence. That's and they're wonderful teachers, wonderful people. So it's not really required. You know. Great. Okay, well, let's just stop there and take a little break for continuing with our time together. Um, and we can continue this discussion as we move throughout the day. Just to get kind of give you just a rough, somebody was asking for this earlier, sort of a rough outline of what we're going to be doing today. We can just use this right now as sort of a walking period. I was going to go from this into a walking period. Let's say for about 15 minutes or so. And we can come back around. It's 10:30 my time, so Eastern time. It's 1:30. I don't know about all the other times, like UK time, all that. So you'll have to.
Excuse me, Adam.
Oh yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just noticed there were a couple of questions in the chat that you might want to reflect on if you have time.
Oh
Um,
okay.
I saw Durden put in one and
Oh yeah.
Renuka put in one, so I just wanted to point that out.
Oh
Thanks.
sure. Great. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, Durden says, can you please talk about chanting silently in a whisper or under your breath, and also about chanting in the mind only? Yeah, I'd say the majority of my chanting is done silently or in the mind. I kind of, I, I'm sort of chanting all the time uh, when throughout my day. So it's mostly in my head, or I'm whispering it, or if I go on a hike, I chant. That's kind of where most of my practice, chanting practice, comes from. But even in the morning, I'll chant, and I usually do it pretty silently. I do like to voice it as well, because I like the vibration and how that feels. But that's not like more devotional than doing it silently. So I find that the brain's always thinking, and all kinds of stuff is always coming up, and just randomness, random thoughts and things. And rather than that, if I can replace that with chanting, I find that to be a really super skillful thing to do. Sacred names and suttas and chants. And so most of the reason I learned chanting is to kind of is to be with chants throughout my day. So I'm a fan of silent chanting, whispered chanting. And it's especially valuable if you're in a place where other people are sleeping, or and on a retreat where you're supposed to be silent. I just chant in my room silently. Yeah. Yeah, and then Renuka says, could you please talk about karma, kama, and letting it be? If this makes sense to lean into devotional practices. Yeah, I think one of the one of the more valuable parts of devotional practice is creating the conditions for more skillful action and more wholesome action to take place. And so through chanting and through teaching, that's a skillful action which creates positive fruit. Um, and so it's a direct way. So like, as the Buddha talks about, when we honor that which is worthy of honor, then there's there's fruits that come from that, positive fruits, blessings that come from that. That's throughout that whole Mangala Sutta. It's really about creating the actions necessary to condition a life of blessings. And that's kind of how I see karma. It's karma just means action, but actions that have results. And so whatever we choose to do in this moment, however we treat somebody, or however we think, or however we act in this moment, conditions the next moment, and the next moment conditions the next moment, and this constant cycle. And if we intentionally create positive, wholesome, skillful action right now, then from what the Buddha says, that generates blessings. So yeah, I don't know if that's what you're asking, but also just the simple act of practicing. I like to bow a lot, and bowing kind of puts you in direct contact with ego. Because my voice is always like, this is pointless. What is the point of doing this right now? Especially when I start to get a little tired. And so you directly kind of confront this inner resistance. And so the more we practice with kind of going against the conditioning directly, or going against the inner resistance, then the more that inner resistance starts to kind of back off or have less influence. And so that's a karmic result of a direct action of devotional practice as well. So yeah, I think there's so many positive fruits that come from the devotional practice through this action of karma.
Adam, thank you for that response. Can I just comment?
Sure, yeah, please.
So I guess I was also, a friend just asked me why have I asked this question? What am I questioning in myself? And just split second came to my mind. I'm probably asking because of the ancestral karma that kind of we carry. I mean, is something about like just transforming something. And also my other teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, always talks about transformation of ancestral hurts, and in my Hindu kind of background, it's also about, so it's so confusing, karma. I know that, and I'm still learning my way through it. But it's certainly something that I want to consider, that the devotional practice is also transforming my ancestral hurts. Yeah, for the future generation, obviously.
Yeah, that's a really important point. Thanks for talking about that. From my own experience, and from just speaking to others, just the act of chanting in itself can create an energetic transformation. And sometimes I don't even know how it's happening or what's being processed. But like, for instance, if I really let go and allow myself to chant like the Great Compassion Mantra, like it'll start to come out in sometimes very strange ways, like in different voices or different tones, or it could go faster, it could go slower, it can be kind of aggressive, it can be softer, it can be come out in many different ways if I just allow that to happen. And just chanting in general can it just does that. And so you just kind of bring the chant forth and allow it to take over your body. And in my experience, it's been this really powerful way of processing. And I don't even know it's processing most of the time, but it's processing something and transforming whatever energy is there and locked in. And I've had like experiences of release and all kinds of things. Especially if you're in a large group chanting, that's really powerful too, because then you can kind of feed off everybody else's energy, and it kind of, you're sort of it diffuses. And but even like in my practice in the morning, like when I'll chant, and it doesn't have to be loud, it can be soft, it could be in the mind even, but I'll feel things processing through the energetics of my body. I can't really explain it, and it could be familial or my own conditioning or ancestral. I don't really know, but my suspicion is that it's all interrelated and processing in that way. And so, and in the bowing too, same thing. Devoting and doing the bowing. There's I'll get really emotional sometimes for really, I don't know why, but like tears will come or like big emotions will arise from the bowing. I'm just bowing. Like, it's not this, not doing anything like super special. So there's definitely something in that, something there for sure. Yeah. Is that kind of what you were meaning in a sense?
No, thank you. It just sort of connected me to that sada, the faith of it all, like
Mm,
not knowing, but something's happening. Yeah. So
yeah. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a print copy of the chanting book available? Yeah, there's a PDF we can put. We can send you. I can send you if you. Uh, yeah, we can send you. And a Word. I think there's a Word version too. I had to think about that. And then John says, it's funny now to think about the overachieving, competitive, controlling, engineering, crafty that's deeply in our culture. It could be said that that's what we're devoted to. That's where our devotion lies. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Because even spirituality it has moved in popular spirituality has kind of moved into this realm of control, of engineering, of the 5 steps to freedom. Um, all of these things. So, but it's in almost every aspect of our culture, as Martha mentioned too. It's even in like knowing the suttas or knowing every list or knowing all these things. We feel that inner pressure to own all of those things, and it's societal. It's not coming from the Buddha or Buddhism. It's coming from this a society, that's one aspect of consumption, of gathering, of attachment as well. So as the Buddha talked about, all dharmas are empty too. Everything's empty, including his teaching. So yeah, you can't capture emptiness.
Could you
Oh,
go,
uh,
just
I'm
telling
sorry.
us, could you go back to what you started to do, or just sort of say what we're going to be doing the rest of the day?
Sure. Yeah. To answer your question, Joan, I don't know of any hard copies we could send you. I'm not sure, Michael. Yeah, sometimes at retreats we'll print out some of the chants, but we don't have like a book that we have um, that we sell or anything or send out for free or yeah. Okay, yeah. So what we'll be doing for the rest of the day is sitting and walking and chanting. So we'll probably break around. Well, let me see here. I got to rework my schedule because it's a little bit different. So how about for the next 15 minutes, we'll walk or stretch or whatever you need to do. We've been sitting here for a while. And then we'll come back and then we'll sit and then we'll chant more after that. And then we'll go into a break around in about an hour. And we'll break for an hour or 45 minutes. Let's say we'll break for an hour. And then we'll come back and then we'll chant and sit for 45 minutes. We'll do a walk for a half hour. We'll come back and sit for a half hour. And then we'll stretch and walk again. And then we'll come back and sit and do some closing chanting and goodbye. So it's just alternating periods of sitting and chanting throughout the day. But well, for right now, let's break, do some walking meditation or some Tai Chi or Qigong or yoga or movement or stretching or whatever you want to do. And then we'll come back in 15 minutes and we'll sit again. And then we'll do some 15 minutes of chanting after that. Sound okay? Any questions? All right. See y'all in 15 minutes. Welcome back. So we'll go into a sitting period, but I'd like to do a chant first. This is a chanting retreat after all, right? So I can find my chanting book. So on page 13, there are these two mantras. There's the 5 great mantra hearts, and then the heart of the Shurangama mantra. I'd like to chant the 5 great mantra hearts. And we do both of these in a similar way. We'll do the Shurangama mantra a little bit later on. But 5 great mantra hearts. And just so in Mahayana Buddhism, traditionally they talk about 5 different Buddha families. And so that's what each one of these mantras represents. And it's just a way of understanding. It's used as a way of understanding the mind. So each Buddha family represents a different aspect of the mind. And so when you start to get into Mahayana and Vajrayana, the Theravada concepts or the teachings of the Buddha start to take on these sometimes more poetic and visual forms. And so they can get pretty elaborate, but at their essence, they're very simple concepts, which I find really, really interesting. Yeah. So I'll just kind of explain them just really quickly. So the first Buddha family is what's called Vairochana, which is it's kind of like the Shakyamuni Buddha. So it's one who completely manifests. Yeah. And then the second Buddha family is the unshakable family. And the third Buddha family is the source of preciousness. And the fourth Buddha family is associated with Amitabha, which is infinite light. And then the fifth Buddha family is associated with accomplishment. So the first Buddha family, Dharma Dhatu, which is sort of like the primordial awareness. It's like, think of like the Buddha, like consciousness. So they each symbolize a different aspirational quality of the mind, which is pretty interesting. There's lots of articles and things on it if you're interested in looking it up. Sometimes it's called the 5 Buddha families, sometimes the 5 Tathagatas, it's sometimes called that. But it's an interesting practice model. So the way we chant it is we start very slow and low, and then we gradually speed up and go up in pitch. So I'll just pronounce it really quickly. So chir to ni a ja la mi li ju bo li dan la ye ning je li. Chir to ni a ja la mi li ju bo li dan la ye ning je li. So start slow, low, you'll pick up on it. And probably by the time we're done, you'll have it memorized because there's not much there. Okay. Cherto ni ajala mili juboli danlaye ningjeli. Cherto ni ajala mili juboli danlaye ningjeli. Cherto ni ajala mili ju chertoni ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli chertoni ajala mili juboli lai ninjeli chertoni ajala mili juboli danai 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 ninjeli chertoni ajala Boli danai ninjeli chertoni ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli chertoni ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli chertoni ajala mili juboli danai li chertoni ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli chertoni ajala juboli danai ninjeli chertoni ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli chertoni ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli ni ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli chertoni 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 ajala mili juboli danai ninjeli. And begin feeling into the vibration. So we finish chanting the words, but what remains? Let's move into some sitting in silence. And so when we chant, we want to chant with the entirety of the body. So it can get very much concentrated up in the upper part, the voice, the head, all of these things. Just like in meditation, energy tends to get trapped up in the head. And so we want to consciously bring things down, slowly into the heart, into the belly. So the awareness just takes up residence in the whole body. So let's go into some more chanting here. So where I'd like to go is page 7, and the five subjects for frequent recollection. And then we'll do some more chanting after that. But yeah, these 5 subjects are really, really beautiful. They speak to karma, but also just the nature of our existence as human beings, as beings. And the Buddha recommended that we reflect on this every day. And so it's very important teaching. It's something really a wonderful contemplation. Speaking to kind of inevitability and not fighting life, these are all true things that we'll all, if we're lucky, we'll go through. All right. Now let us chant the 5 subjects for frequent recollection. I am of the nature to age. I have not gone beyond aging. I am of the nature to sicken. I have not gone beyond sickness. I am of the nature to die. I have not gone beyond dying. All that is mine, beloved and pleasing, will become otherwise, will become separated from me. I am the owner of my karma, heir to my karma, born of my karma, related to my karma, abide supported by my karma. Whatever karma I shall do, for good or for ill, of that I will be the heir. Thus we should frequently recollect. Okay. And then next, I need to chant the really important chant, page 9 and 10, the Paticca Samuppada. Pretty, we did this in the chanting workshop that I did in the spring. Hopefully we'll do it again at some point. But I really this might be my favorite chant. It's long and it's a little bit complex. It's a little bit complex, but and if you don't know it or haven't practiced it, you can just follow along and try to chant it. It's really beautiful. But this is the main insight of the Buddha. We spoke about karma earlier and emptiness, and this really speaks to both of those things. And I find it really powerful. This is kind of the most succinct version of the Paticca Samuppada, the wheel of dependent origination that I've ever seen. Again, it's page 9 and 10 in the chanting book. And I'm just going to read it through in English, and then we'll chant it in Pali after that. But I remember first reading this and just being really amazed. But this is kind of our main contemplation, and the main realization of the Buddha. Let's read it. It says, ignorance, the mind not knowing its formless nature or reality, seeks a shape. Taking shape in familiar patterning and habits conditions a sense of self. With self-consciousness arises the appearance of other and dualistic consciousness. Subject-object conditions complexity at the sense doors. Experiencing an it and me gives rise to contact. Contact registers as feeling, activating old perceptions, memories, and reactivity. Pleasant, unpleasant, neutral feeling stimulates desire, aversion, and confusion. The momentum of wanting, not wanting tends toward a position, view, stance. With persistent clinging, self-view solidifies, generating becoming someone. With aims, ambitions, strategies, arises the full birth of self and self-preservation. The full emergence of self as a separate entity conditions death, and the inevitable breakup of the psychological foundations of self, leading to dukkha, suffering, loss, disorientation, grief, lamentation, and sorrow. It's a pretty sad story, the first half, but then the redemption arc is here, the way out. With the ending of ignorance, dispassion and identification with patterning dissolves. As the mind releases from conditioning, dualistic consciousness ceases. As sensory consciousness quiets and releases, subject-object dissolves. As subject-object collapses, sensory fixation no longer compels. Freed from sensory fixation, contact is freed from confusion and complexity. Release from reactivity at contact, feeling is freed from push and pull. As feeling is freed from compulsion, craving and aversion dissolve. As craving dissolves, the habitual creation of self is relinquished. With no self to defend, the habitual drive for aims and ambitions relaxes. As becoming empties, self-view no longer operates as the fulcrum of being. As the separate self releases, dukkha ends. The whole mass of dukkha, suffering, grief, sorrow, and lamentation ceases. The light of freedom rises. Yeah. So this second half, it begins with ignorance, it begins with suffering, it begins with dukkha. So it's really interesting. So the first half ends, with it, and then the second path begins with it. So we'll just chant this. I'll go slow. It's usually chanted very slow, and this is chanted at a lot of different significant ceremonies in Theravada Buddhism. Avijja pachaya sankara pachaya vinyana pachaya namarupa pachaya salayatana pachaya pasapachaya vedana pachaya tanha pachaya upadana pachaya bhava pachaya jati pachaya jara maranam sukha parideva dukkha domana supayasa sambhavanti evam eta sakevala saduka kanda sasamudayo hoti. Avijayata vivase saviraga niroda sankara nirodo sankara niroda vinyana nirodo vinyana niroda Namarupa Nirodo Namarupa Niroda Salayatana Nirodo Salayatana Niroda Pasa Nirodo Pasa Niroda Vedana Nirodo Vedana Niroda Tanha Nirodo Tanha Niroda Upadana Nirodo Upadana Niroda Bhava Nirodo Bhava Niroda Jati Nirodo Janti Niroda Jara Maranam Sukha Parideva Dukkha Domana Supai Yasa Niru Janti Evam Me Tasake Vala Sadhu Kakanda Sanirudo Hoti. All right, then we'll just go right to the next page, page 11, part of the Prajnaparamita Sutra. This one's a little bit free form. And then at the end, when we get to the, well, you'll see. I won't explain it too much. Now let us chant the heart of Prajnaparamita Sutra. When Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was practicing the profound Prajnaparamita, she illuminated the 5 skandhas and saw that they are all empty, and she crossed beyond all suffering and difficulty. Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself is form. So too are feeling, cognition, formation, and consciousness. Shariputra, all dharmas are empty of characteristics. They are not produced, not destroyed, not defiled, not pure, and they neither increase nor diminish. Therefore, in emptiness there is no form, feeling, cognition, formation, or consciousness. No eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind. No sights, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, or dharmas. No field of the eyes up to and including no field of mind consciousness. And no ignorance or ending of ignorance. Up to and including no old age and death or ending of old age and death. There is no suffering, no accumulating, no extinction, and no way, and no understanding, and no attaining. Because nothing is attained, the Bodhisattva, through reliance on Prajnaparamita, is unimpeded in her mind. Because there is no impediment, she is not afraid, and she leaves distorted dream thinking far behind. Ultimately, nirvana. All Buddhas of the 3 periods of time attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi through reliance on Prajnaparamita. Therefore know that Prajnaparamita is a great spiritual mantra, a great bright mantra, a supreme mantra, an unequaled mantra. It can remove all suffering. It is genuine and not false. That is why the mantra of Prajnaparamita was spoken. Recite it like this. Gatte, gatte, paragatte, parasamgatte, bodhiswaha. And then we'll chant this last part, the gatte, gatte, paragatte, parasamgatte, bodhiswaha, in a melody, so as a mantra itself. And so I'll just sing it the first time, and then you can join in, and we'll do it 3 more times after that. Gate, gate, paragate, parasamgate, bodhiswaha. 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 Okay, so we'll go ahead and take our break now. And if you'd like to, just continue practicing. So maybe you do some walking meditation or some movement practice. But if you need this time to eat or whatever, please do that as well. It's 11:30 here on the West Coast, 2:30 on the East Coast, and I believe 7:30 in the UK. So we'll come back in an hour. So at 12:30 Pacific time, 3:30 Eastern time, and 8:30. Yeah, 8:30 UK time. Sound okay? But again, if that's too long of a break, please walk or do some movement. That'd be great. See you soon. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So we'll start with a chant, and then we'll sit, and then we'll chant a little bit more, and then we'll have a walking period after that. So what I'd like to do is, in the chanting book, is chant the heart of the Shurangama mantra. So it's right below the 5 great mantra hearts. page 13. And we chant it the same way we chanted the 5 great mantra hearts. And it's really beautiful chant, and it's nice. I kind of like it in the, this time of the day to kind of up the energy, especially on retreat. Yeah. So yeah, this is again, and it's in the title, but it's the heart of the Sharanga mantra, which is a much longer mantra. It's actually about 5 times longer than the Great Compassion mantra. So it's a big one. And it's yeah, I haven't tried to memorize that one yet, but this is considered to be the heart, the essence of the Sharangola mantra. So chanting this has power to it as well. Yeah, and really, what Sharangama means is indestructible. Sharangama, kind of like Vajra. Vajra means indestructible. And what's it's referring to is our true nature, or awareness itself, or the undescribable essence of who we all are, which we all draw from, or we're all expressions of where we're going in this whole spiritual journey. So yeah, this is a good one. And just like the 5 mantra hearts, we start low and slow, and then gradually build up speed, and then we come back down. So I'll just go through this and just pronounce it for you. So the first line is Dodger toe, none, and none is om, none. So Jadder toe, none. Anali, Pishati, Pilabashala, Toli, Panto ni, Bashalabang nipan, Hushendulu yungpan, Sopaha. Dodger to, none, Anali, Pishati, Pilabashala, Toli, Panto ni, Bashalabang nipan, Hushendulu yungpan, Sopaha. The heart of the Sharangama mantra. So great. So we'll chant it, and then we'll go into sitting, and then we'll do some more chanting after that. Dodger tonan annali pishati pila bashala toli panto ni bashala bang nipan hushin dulu yung pan sopaha Dodger tonan annali pishati pila bashala toli panto Vashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pandu Pandu Ni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Li Pishati Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Labang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando Panduni Bashalabang Nipan Ushin Dulu Yungpan Sopaha Dajer Tonan Annali Vishanti Pila Bashala Tuli Pando so just going into another sit. And I say sit, but if you would prefer to lie down or stand up, that's great. So just stationary, maybe I should say. Sometimes when I finish chanting things like that, we say vibration, but really feel into the felt experience of it. There's this, at least in my experience, this sort of um, breakdown of the boundary between the internal and the external. Perhaps a felt sense of what spiritual teachers and scientists have been tell us, that there really is no barrier. So feeling perhaps the expansive, porous quality. Perhaps even the words of the chant continue in consciousness, if that's helpful, silently moving through the whole body. Freeing up stuck patterns and energies. Opening up into a fuller awareness. so back to the chanting book here, page 7, and then we'll chant page 8 as well. But, yeah, reflections on universal well-being. Now let us chant the reflections on universal well-being. May I abide in well-being, in freedom from affliction, in freedom from hostility, in freedom from ill will, in freedom from anxiety, and may I maintain well-being in myself. May everyone abide in well-being, in freedom from hostility, in freedom from ill will, in freedom from anxiety, and may they maintain well-being in themselves. May all beings be released from all suffering, and may they not be parted from the good fortune they have attained. When they act upon intention, all beings are the owners of their action and inherit its results. Their future is born from such action, companion to such action, and its results will be their home. All actions with intention, be they skillful or harmful, of such acts they will be the heirs. Next page. Now the Buddha taught the Brahma Viharas radiating forth. Now let us make the four boundless qualities shine forth. I will abide, pervading 1/4, with a heart imbued with loving kindness. Likewise the second, likewise the third, likewise the fourth. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with loving kindness, abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. I will abide, pervading 1/4, with a heart imbued with compassion. Likewise the second, likewise the third, likewise the fourth. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with compassion, abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. I will abide, pervading one quarter, with a heart imbued with gladness. Likewise the second, likewise the third, likewise the fourth. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with gladness, abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. I will abide, pervading one quarter, with a heart imbued with equanimity. Likewise the second, likewise the third, likewise the fourth. So above and below, around and everywhere, and to all as to myself. I will abide, pervading the all-encompassing world, with a heart imbued with equanimity, abundant, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. The Buddha taught us to radiate loving kindness wherever we go, in all directions. And that is the attitude that we should have when moving through life. Yeah, and so now we'll go into a walking movement period for a half hour. Again, whatever you want to do, walking, yoga, qigong, tai chi. If you need to rest, that's good too. But just one suggestion is to perhaps keep a chant or a mantra with you when you're doing this practice. As I said before, I like to carry the mantras with me and do them throughout the day. It kind of keeps a steadiness and a ground to whatever we're doing. So if there's a mantra that you really like or a chant that you really like, see if you can just hold it as you're going through your walking or your movement. It's a really beautiful way to do it. And I like to imagine, again, as I've suggested a few times, is when we chant with the whole body. And so we can keep a full body awareness in whatever we're doing and just hold the chant in a fairly light way. It's just sort of there. Just experiment with it. Sometimes it can be, if we try too hard, it can get a little confusing or can feel a little uncoordinated. But don't worry about it. Just try and breathe and chant and walk or whatever you're going to do. So just see what that's like for you. Oh, question. Yes, Carolyn.
When I'm chanting, particularly, I think it was the heart of the Shuragama.
Shurangama.
Yeah, when you're banging your drum, I want to go with my head. Is that something I should prohibit or just enjoy or?
You mean nod your head? Like,
yeah, it's like when you're going bing, bing, and I think if I was chanting the mantra myself, it's like when I go itty patty to the mailbox. So I'm doing this, and I'm wondering with the boom, 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 if moving my head is anti-productive.
do it. I see what it's like. Yeah, sometimes people like to move during the chants and sway or bob or, there's a lot of wisdom in the body and really know where that movement's coming from. Sometimes it's it's distracting, or it's attempt to avoid some depth. But more times than not, it's just the body just sort of going with it, and it becoming more of an embodied experience. So yeah, that's really what we want. So yeah, please
Thank you.
nod. Yes. Great. So we'll go for right at a quarter till. Here it'll be quarter to 4, quarter to 2, East Coast, quarter to 5. So I think, yeah, half hour about, but 20, I guess now it's 26 minutes. So I'll see you then. All right. All right. Hi. So I'm curious if anybody just wants to share just how that went for them, kind of including chanting with the movement, and if that's something that you do or have done before or haven't, and um, how it worked out for you. Yes, Nancy.
I don't know any chants, and so, but
Hmm.
when I do walking, I do a pattern of raising, lifting, forwarding, lowering. So I did described the motions using my best Adam chanting voice with pitch variations and things. And it was very, I mean, I actually shortened it down to 3. So it was like raising, lifting, lowering. But I enjoyed doing it.
Hmm.
It was kind of like raising, lifting, lowering.
That's great. Yeah, that's a mantra. That could be considered a mantra. Yeah. Yeah, anything could be a mantra, really. Um, so yeah, that's great. Yeah, that works. Carolyn.
Thank you. I chose Gate Gate Paragate Parasam Gate, and I wasn't sure of the tune. When I get a recording of this, I'll put your voice on. But I just popped up somebody, and I walked, and I think it's because my body's been frozen for decades that now it's just, I just like to walk, and I'm in my body, and I'm so pleased, and
Hmm.
I'm chanting. So the moving is, particularly for me, need to find a balance, obviously, but for me the movement is good. It's good because I was frozen for so long. So thank you.
Hmm. That's wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. Freeing up the body. Lots of people are frozen, that's kind of a protective thing, or people are kind of used to the patterns of sitting and over and over again, and energy gets stuck, and the body likes to move and likes to get around, and the body likes it when we pay attention to it.
I also like what you said about bowing. Prostrating would be the
Hmm.
same. And I'm in a group where some of them are very much into, I can't pronounce it, which shows you I'm resistant to it. Grodo, no. You do
Nundro.
that.
Yeah.
That. I am so resistant to that idea that the Buddha help you if you don't do 100,000 of those. But I think you having you having mentioned it gives me an easier way to go into that, because I do believe that movement is necessary. I do believe that stuff gets stuck in ourselves and the movement helps. So thank you. Yeah, thank you for mentioning the bowing. It's important.
Yeah, and you know, Nundro is kind of the preliminary practices in Tibetan Buddhism, and yeah, they're for particular lineages and things, and so it's many Tibetan teachers require that you do the Nundro before you can get other teachings, which is you know, for those systems, that's just how they do it. And but you know, many of us have had years of preliminary practice and all kinds of practices and things. But yeah, I would experiment with bowing. It's a really interesting practice, because it does, yeah, it brings up lots of stuff. But even in resisting, you know, just try it and see if the resistance gets stronger or weaker. Or yeah, it's a really good practice, I think.
You opened that door for me where I can practice and not think, well, I've got to do 100,000 by next week or so, you know. So it's just made it feasible. Yes.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. Yeah, go slow. Just see what it's like. Yeah, just be present with it. Yeah, there can be this whole thing about accumulation and then Nundra, especially because you're accumulating. You know, after you get done with a certain amount, then you move on. But I think that the most important thing is just to be with it as you're doing it, and kind of stay out of that mindset of accomplishment. Yeah, and just notice what it does in the present. Renuka.
Thank you, Adam. That was a really amazing invitation for us to use the mantra as we did our thing, whatever we did next. And my thing was, well, it's nearly 10 o'clock at night and I needed to tidy my bedroom before I start a whole week's work in not a mess. And so I love the repetitiveness of me tidying I do not love the repetitiveness of tidying my clothes away, but I did love the repetitiveness of the mantra. So I combined the two together. And there was genuinely, you know, a flow of synchronicism. And I think my whole day has been like that. And I'm just quite overwhelmed how those synchronicism has happened today, and I'm sure it's to do with the power of mantras and this retreat. So I just want to appreciate you and appreciate the Sangha for being here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, for bringing that up. That's, yeah, I like, yeah, it's those things, those mundane activities that can create such a block in the body. You just don't want to do them, but they become really interesting if adding mantra or something like that. It makes it more tolerable, but it also just adds another dimension to it. Yeah, I like that. Thank you. Yeah, I often do that too. But kind of you know, Carolyn mentioned gate gate and the melody. There, you know, there really doesn't need to be a melody with it. You know, this is what we teach is one way of doing it. But when I started in Zen, and we chanted gate like that, like gate gate para sam gate bodhi swaha gate gate para gate. It was like that. So it was so it can be just like really monotone. It can be rhythmic. It can be when I'm hiking, I chant Namo Quan Churyan Pusa. I go Namo Quan Churyan Pusa, Namo Quan Churyan Pusa in my head, and it's kind of going with the rhythm of my hiking. So you can adapt these any way you'd like to. It doesn't have to be exactly how we teach them or I do them or anything like that. The kind of the power of them is really in their adaptation to your particular needs. That's kind of the message of Kuan Yin too. Kuan Yin shows up in whatever form she needs to be in uh, for whatever you need in the moment. The same thing with mantra or any of the Buddhist teachings. If you see the Buddhist teachings, moving throughout the world, they change and adapt to the culture and the people and what's needed. And so that's what Kuan Yin is that adaptive um, quality that doesn't lose its indestructibility. Yeah. So, yeah, it's really, really cool, really interesting. And use it there's no place that it's not appropriate to use. Yeah. Sarah.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah.
You mentioned Namo Ponchi in Pusa. I've been using that as a mantra, gosh, throughout my day and all sorts of activities now for a while. And I had a question about the protective aspects of it and other protection chants and practices. You mentioned at the very beginning of this session that they protect our own mind and those around us. And I've been just sitting with the whole concept of how they protect those around us. I mean, it seems like indirectly kind of at the thoughts and prayers realm, but then more and more it also seems like it can happen more directly, that we're actually, by doing these practices and working with our own mind and our unskillful actions that could arise if we weren't working from our mind, we're protecting other people from our unskillfulness by engaging in these protection practices. And I'm just curious if you can speak to that, like protection of others aspect of the paritas and of holding Kuan Yin's name.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of got there in the end, but with what you're saying, because that's what we're doing. We're protecting others through our own skillfulness and our own behavior. So it's not about like thoughts and prayers and like giving it over in that way. It's like when we do precepts, it's to remind ourselves, but also to create a field of safety around us so that there's a protection. We create a protective field that people start to trust over time. So that's the case for the precepts and mantras. I'm thinking of it in the same way because we're embodying and speaking the teachings, and then we become Dharma. So Ajahn Chah's whole thing was being Dharma, and so we become Dharma. We create a field of Dharma, a field of protection for others, and that field does affect other people, in some energetic way. But in no way are we kind of like bypassing and saying, thoughts and prayers. I'm just going to do some mantra for that person or that situation. We can do mantra for that situation, and I do believe there is some protective mystical power and some, especially when there's a collective that can affect certain situations. But the way I'm meaning it is we're protecting our own mind, which creates a cultivation that the results of which creates a field of protection around us. Yeah, that's how I mean it. Does that make sense? Okay. It's kind of more indirect. Yeah. Yeah. Any other shares or anything like any
I just have one
that's sure.
comment. There was something you introduced us in another class you did, and I'm just going to say Nag and Nagana because those were the names of the snakes in a Rudyard Kipling story, and
Yeah.
someone got into trouble because they didn't show respect to the no-footed. And I like that. Well, I like the whole idea of two-legged, two-winged, four-legged, no legs, that whole thing. But this idea of mystical protection is easy for my nature.
Hmm.
It just makes me feel good. So I appreciate that too. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I'm a big believer in doing what makes your, you know, that makes your, I'm going to use a word we don't often use in Buddhism, but that makes your soul feel, well, let me put it another way, that creates a sense of soulfulness. So if you know, if that belief and change, you know, that's real for you and that nourishes you, then I feel like that's something that's really worth cultivating. So yeah, I like to think in those ways too. And you know, and in the world of the Buddha, if you read the suttas, you know, he talks about protective spirits and tree spirits and nature spirits and devas and nagas and like this whole mystical realm of things like these forces that are unseen that are kind of working, you know, underneath and behind and you know, outside of the realms of our senses, though some people can sense them that I've talked to. So the Buddha's understanding and world was much bigger and included all kinds of beings. You know, he taught devas. You know, the Mangala Sutta that we just chanted, one of the first ones we chanted today, a deva came to the Buddha for advice, and that whole thing is delivered to a deva. So lots of the suttas are given to devas, and we kind of discount that a lot of times, and that's kind of this sort of gets us back into this engineering sort of controlled thing, because if we can't test it and uh, examine it and look at it, then it's not real. But the Buddha acknowledged all of these various energies and forces and worlds beyond what we perceive with just these six senses. So yeah, and for me, that bigger cosmology, that you know, and this sort of more animist way of looking at things, like the indigenous peoples look at the world, it adds a sense of sacredness and depth to life, to your life, to your daily life, to people you interact with. There's more going on than we know, and so there's a humility that's involved there, which is really healthy, I think. But it's really heartful and soulful and beautiful, and you know, and that's really, you know, that's a devotional practice puts us in touch with that. I think that's so important. That unexplainable, ineffable, uh, that tempers our kind of engineering mind in a really healthy way. So yeah. So thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so what I want to do now, just for the next, we'll have so what we'll do is we're going to do a little bit of a kind of a chanting sort of, you'll see, until a quarter past, and then we'll do just a short little walking movement period, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back for the last half hour and do some chants and some sitting and some blessings. And I'd like to do the Great Compassion Mantra 3 times in a row. So we'll do that towards the end. Feels really good. I like to do it 5 times, but I'll only make you do it 3. So what we'll do here is on page 3. Oh, and somebody asked, I think Nancy did, resources and suggestions for people who would like to learn chants. There's a lot of different ways to do that. But I taught a course in the spring that was 5 weeks long about chanting, and we did a chant or 2 a week. And that I think that I'll have to check with Michael, but that might be available. If not, the recordings might be available. If not, I'll be doing it again. So that's a good way to do it. There's lots of chants out there on YouTube and a bunch of different places. And if you want specific ones, you can email me and I'll get them to you. I have some recordings I could send you to of me chanting certain things.
And Adam, the website has all the recordings in the chanting book.
Oh,
right?
yeah, right. Yeah, thanks. That's the most obvious thing that I always forget, the most obvious. But yeah, if you go to the website and go to resources, there's mantras and something. If you click on that, the chanting book's there, the various recordings. Yeah, so. But we chant a lot at Sacred Mountain Sangha, so if you stick with us, you'll eventually learn them all. Okay. So on page 3, under mantras, the very first one, that's Tayata Om Muni Muni Maha Munaye Soha. This is a Sanskrit, and it's actually it's tradition. This the thing we're going to do is comes out of the Tibetan tradition. But just to explain this, I'll pronounce it again too. Tayata Om Muni Muni Maha Munaye Soha. So that's the hard part, the Maha Munaye Soha. And so what this is it's a chant. It's kind of like Namo Tassa. It's an homage to the Buddha. So homage to the great silent sage, the Tathagata, and the Tathagata means thus gone. It's really interesting, this word Tathagata. It's how the Buddha referred to himself. And the scholars have argued over its meaning for many years, and one of the reasons is because they don't know if it's a compound of 2 different words, so they don't know if it's supposed to be tat agata or tata gata. And my suspicion is that the Buddha did this intentionally to as a like kind of a middle way thing, like you can't land on either. And so because one mean, if you say tat agata, it means thus gone, and if you say tata gata, it means thus come. So that it's like the opposites. And so scholars argue, and I think the Buddha was being just kind of clever there, because thus come, thus gone, which I find interesting. So that's how he referred to himself. Tayata is Tathagata. Om, we know Om. Muni Muni is sage. Muni, like Shakya Muni Buddha. So Shakya is the clan that the Buddha came from. The Shakyas. He's the silent sage of the Shakyas. Maha, great. Munaye, silent. So the way we do this is, the way I first encountered this chant is it's accompanied with a visualization. And it's much like loving kindness. So if you're not visual, it's fine. You could just bring up the feelings of loving kindness and allow that to emanate through the whole of your body. But so this is meant to be a devotional chant to the Buddha. And so the way the Tibetans do it is you picture the Buddha, visualize the Buddha in whatever form, and then as you're chanting this, you're like sending and receiving loving kindness or compassion from the Buddha. So you're sending it and receiving it. So you're sending your gratitude, your love to the Buddha, and the Buddha it's coming back to you at the same time. So it's this exchange, this beautiful exchange. One of my favorite things the Buddha ever said was, uh, people would always ask him, like, you're enlightened, why do you still meditate? And he always gave two answers. And one was, so I can abide calmly in this world. And the other one was, I practice for future generations. So I really love that, because it means he is practicing for us. He's practicing for us. And so that's a big love, that's a lot of love that he's giving, devoted his life to doing this for us so that we could become awakened too. And as he made very clear, his awakening is our awakening as well. So if you have difficulty visualizing the Buddha, or you don't want to visualize the Buddha, you can also visualize somebody who's important to you in your spiritual life, or a being that's important to you from history or whatever. So that's really that's not so important. Again, Buddha is a representation of our own awakening, our awake nature. So we just chanted a bunch of times over and over and over again, and I'll ring the bell right before the last one. So we'll probably chant it, I don't know how many times, but we'll chant it several times, probably for about 5 minutes. So I'll just start chanting it, and then you can join in. I know most of you probably already know the melody. So we just pause here and take a few breaths. And then you can just bring the visualization, or just you begin to draw loving kindness into the body. And just start to feel this kind of devotional love, devotional passion. Tayata Om Muni Muni Maha Munaye Soha. 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 Tayata Om Muni Muni Maha Munae Soha 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 Tayata Om Muni Muni Maha Munae Soha. Let's pause for a moment. So you can continue to sit if you'd like to, or you can get up and move around, stretch, walk. It'll take about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. Yeah, at the bottom of the hour. All right. So what we're going to do is I'll just say a few things, and then we'll chant the Great Compassion Mantra 3 times. And then we'll just sit and absorb it for a moment. And then I just want to open it up again for discussion and any questions or anything that you might have. And then we'll close out with some merit and blessings for the end. Yeah. And so, one of the one of the things about being in the Dharma and being part of Sanghas and learning the Dharma and Buddhism is and I've touched on this throughout, but it can get very conceptual. Yeah. We can learn all the stuff, but it really doesn't matter if it's not embodied. And so this is what I feel is the most important thing about this devotional aspect of the practice, is that we're moving from the conceptual to the actual lived experience of the being Dharma. And the devotional puts us right there, because we have to surrender in the devotional practice. There's a letting go of the need to know why, or of the mechanics of things. That has to happen, because you can probably think of like many reasons why you shouldn't chant. There's probably lots of logical reasons why it probably is a waste of time. But there's also many logical reasons why it's not, and logic isn't the reason, isn't what's going to change us. It's about giving up those particular requirements that we as humans tend to put onto things. And so we go right into it, right into the things without having to know why, or having to know every aspect of it. While also not losing your wisdom, because when people lose their wisdom, their discernment, that's when, cults happen and things like that. So the wisdom's always there. The Buddha encouraged wisdom. So we do study, we do practice, we do learn, we do all of those things. But we need this balance of both the letting go and the study. And I think they both support one another really well. Because when we're approaching the wisdom and the study from a looser place, a more open place, then things become more absorbed and more embodied, and we're actually able to take in more. Yeah. And then when we use our discernment and couple that with the devotional or the letting go, then again, we're guarded against the dangers that could be there for ourselves. So I think that balance is really important. And so the question is always, we take refuge. We took refuge today, but what is refuge? And does refuge really mean anything if it's just conceptual? Probably not. If it's just an idea or a thought, which I find interesting. It's like, how do you embody refuge? Yeah, and it's really about how we live our lives, how we move in the world, the choices that we make. And so the devotional practice helps us to embody the practice, embody the concepts, embody the Dharma, and then to become it. This becoming the Dharma. So letting go into the Dharma. And so we traditionally, as you know, we take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And the Buddha, as I've continued to mention throughout, is the teacher, but also for our own embodied uh, experience, it's our true nature, or awareness itself, or this place that we all emanate from, or we all come from. We're all expressions of. Yeah. Yeah. And so that's embodied by just knowing that, realizing that, and then acting it out through the devotional practice. And the Dhamma, the oldest definition of Dhamma is just nature itself, or the way things are. And so we allow the natural processes to unfold when we let go. We let go and allow things to move through. Yeah. We allow the things that are obstructing us or holding us back or confining us to be let go of. Yeah. And then we take refuge in the Sangha as well. And that's embodied just by being in Sangha, being around people that are on the same path, that there's lots of different ways that Sangha helps us in the other two refuges. But one of the main ways is that people have their own things going on too, and when it conflicts with ours, it creates discomfort. Another way of saying that is like people are annoying. They're very annoying on retreat or in Sangha, and that helps us to sort of begin to let go of our own requirements and our own preferences, and so that being in Sangha, allowing that process to happen, is a really important process. And so we humble ourselves into the community, and not just the community of the Sangha, but the community of all of life. And so the refuges sort of move in and out and work with one another. The awareness moving through the natural unfoldment, and then the Sangha of all life. It's all kind of moving through. And this is what the devotional and the chanting and these things help to bring up in us. So it's not just about the chanting of the words or getting it right or the melody of it. It's about embodying the experience and allowing it to move through us in particular ways, in our own unique way, that helps loosen up our tensions and our stresses and where we're holding on. That's what it's really about. Because chanting can become very conceptual too. We can just chant the words to get the melody right. But if it's not embodied, that's what's really important. My first Zen teacher, his name was Sung San Sunim, and he was pretty incredible person. I never studied directly with him, but one of his main students I studied with, and it was in his lineage that I studied, and he was a big chanter. But he always talked about it didn't matter what words you were saying because everything's empty. And he said you could chant Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola over and over again. And as long as it was embodied and allowing to move through you, then it's as sacred as any other chant. I like the words and the words of the Buddha and the sutta myself, but he was just trying to make a point that it's not about getting the words right or getting the melody right or all of these things. It's about the embodiment of it and allowing it to move through you. So it's not about like singing the song correctly or getting the notes right or the rhythm. That's what's so important. That's what's so important, just to make it yours, make it unique to you, and allow it to adapt to what you need. Allow it to meet you where you are. So, yeah, it's this other aspect of practice that I think can take some time. to loosen where we're hanging on. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah. Mm. So yeah, let's chant this great compassion mantra 3 times. So page 12. And if you're new to the great compassion mantra, it's a strange mantra. It is. I mean, it's not a, it's a transliteration of Sanskrit into Chinese and into Chinese sounds. So not even really Chinese words. So we've had several Chinese people in our trainings and things, and they're like, these aren't Chinese words. So they're just kind of like the syllables of Sanskrit transliterated into Chinese. And so it's this very mystical language. And it can take some time getting used to. When I first encountered this mantra, it took me so long just to kind of even go through it slowly and to figure out how things are pronounced and the rhythm and just the rhythm's kind of different and some different than what you may be used to. But it's a really beautiful thing. And the way I learned this mantra and the way I memorized it was just to listen to it and chant it. And I didn't go line by line and memorize line by line by line by line. I just let it absorb into me. And one day I just kind of knew it. It was really interesting how that happened. But I feel like the more I tried to memorize it, the more I would lose it. So there is this very interesting mystical quality to it. So we'll chant 3 times, and yeah, and then we'll probably sit for a little bit, and then I'll open up for discussion. And sit for a little bit, probably just a couple minutes, because we don't have the time to sit for it. So pausing here. Allowing the awareness to just drop through. Namo Dave Quan Shu Yin Bu Sa Namo Dave Quan Shu Yin Bu Sa Namo Dave Quan Shu Yin Bu Sa Namo Hala Dano Dolaye Namo Aliye Poluriri Shambolaye Puti Satto Paye Moa Satto Paye Moa Jaluni Jai Nansa Panna Paye Sudanoda Shin Namo Shiri Toi Mangaliye Poluri cheerful along to ban nam mo no la ginger shiri moha pandu samme sapa ar to shu bang shi yun sapa sado Passado namo pache mo fatado dajito nana parushi lujadi jalani ishini buddhi sato sappa sappa mula mula moshi moshi rido yum julu julu jimang dulu dulu fashayiri moha fashayiri tola tola dilini shirfulaye jala momo famola mudili ishi ishi shurno shurno wala shanbula shali vasha vashan shaye hulu hulu mula hulu hulu shili sola sola shili shili Zulu putti e putto e miri e no la ginger di shiny no payamuno shito e sopa moha shito e sopa shito e sherpana e sopa no la ginger Mola nola sopaha shiru sangam ujoye sopaha sopamoa ashitoye sopaha la shitoye sopaha bodomoji shitoye sopaha nola ginger panjelaye sopaha Lishung Jelaye Supahan Namo Hala Danu Dolaye Namo Aliye Polu Jedi Supahan Nanchi Dandu Mandola Batoye Supahan Namo Hala Danu Dolaye Namo Aliye Polu Jedi Shaupolaye Buddhi Satupaye Paye moha jaluni jaye nansa panna paye soda nora shinnamu shirili mangali e polu jiri sherpula landu vanamu nula ginger shini moha pandu samme aruto shupanga shiryo sapasado namo pasado namo pachemo fatado donara palushi dujani jalani ishini moha buddhi sato sappa sappa mula moshi moshi rito yung julu julu rimang dulu dulu fasha moa fasha iri tola tola dilini shirfulaye jala jala momo famola li ishi ishi shurno shurno ala shanbola shali fasha fashanbola shaye hulu mola hulu hulu shili sola sola shili shili zulu zulu putti e putto e miri e no la ginger di shiny no payamo no sopa shito e sopa moha shito e sopa shito yu e sherpam e sopa no la ginger sopa no la sopa shilu sangha mujo e sopa sopa moha shito e sopa jarila shito e Bodomoje shito ye sopa no la ginger panjela ye sopa moba lishang jela ye Namo hala danu dola ye Namo aliye bolu jedi shambola ye sopa hanan chi yandu mandula toye sopaha namo haladano dolaye namo aliye polujiri shabolaye Sato paye moha sato paye moha jaluni jaye nansa panna vaye sodan odashim Shijiri toi mangali e polujiri shirfula lungduba namo nula ginger shili moha Samme sappa to shupanga shunyun sappa sado namo passado namo Mova dado dajer tunana palushi lujani jalani shili moa Sato sappa sappa mola mola mushi mushi lito yung julu julu jemang Dulu vashayiri moha vashayiri tola tola dini Laye jala jala mumu famola mudili ishi ishi shurno shurno Shanvola shadi fasha vashanvola shaye hulu hulu mola hulu hulu shili sola Shili sulu sulu putti e putto e mirili e nola ginger Shiny no payamona sopaha shito ye sopaha moha shito ye sopaha shito ye shirpanaye Nola ginger sopaha mola nola sopaha shilu sangha mujoye sopaha sopa moha shito ye sopaha jajina Sopaha burum moji shito ye sopaha nola ginger pandila ye sopaha mupali shangela ye sopaha Allah dano dola ye namo ali ye poluji di shabola ye sopaha nanchi dandu mandola Pato ye sopa ha Namo Kwan Yin Pusa O Quan Yin Pusa E Namo Quan Yin Pusa O Na Right. So a few minutes here if anybody has any reflections or anything they'd like to say or questions. Sure, Deb.
I'm so glad I was here, and I thank you so much for the invitation to stay. I did not sign up because I didn't think I'd be able to make it, but I did, and
Yay.
yay! It's been so nourishing and so delicious. Thank you, Adam.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm so glad you were able to stay. I appreciate your spontaneity and adaptability. Yes, Martha.
Just want to say thank you so much. This was just perfect. I really haven't been very centered. I've been overworking and all the crisis, and it's just so easy to fall out of um just, the chanting and the devotional aspects. And so it was just perfect for me today. And so I'm just super grateful.
Hmm. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's perfect for me too. Like it's the right medicine right now, for sure. Well, I want to thank you all for being here so much. Let's see. Thank you, Renuka. I appreciate that. Hope to see you again. Thanks for all you all who stayed up late. It's late in the UK, past my bedtime. So thank you all. Yeah, I really appreciate you all being here. Appreciate your time and your devotion. Oh, Renuka says it's an hour to go till midnight and July. Yeah, I forgot tomorrow's July 1st. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. I thank you for your being interested and for being here to chant, and hopefully we can do it again. Yeah, we will do it again for sure. But keep chanting, please. It's such a beautiful practice. And if you haven't started yet, please do it. Doesn't matter, if you get it right or if it's the right melody or the right words. Just experiment with it, feel it out, use it throughout your day. Sometimes, I used to ride around in my car and listen to the recordings, uh, and it was very helpful and just added a whole new dimension of sacredness to life. But chanting just kind of opens up the door to this whole sacred devotional world that I think is so important for our practice, but for these times, for sure. So thank you all so much. And I just want to dedicate the merit. May all of our practice here, if any goodness came out of it today, we give it to honoring of the lineages and to the safety, well-being, the welfare of all beings without exception. May all beings be safe, happy, and free from suffering and the conditions of suffering. Thank you all so much. Go well, be well, and I hope to see you again soon. Also, I just want to let you know, little tiny announcement. Don Maurizio and I are teaching a retreat together in September 22nd through the 27th at this new retreat center that's just up the hill from me. I'm in Nevada City, California, and it's up by city, which is up into the Sierra Nevada mountains. It's an incredibly beautiful place. And this is the first summer that they're open. And if you want more information, just you can email me, but we'll probably put it on the Sacred Mountain Sangha website as well. But again, Dharma, Maurizio and I are teaching that together, and we'll be doing a lot of this devotional practice there. So just wanted to let you know about that. Hope to see you again soon. And if you have any questions or insights or anything at all, please just don't hesitate to get in contact with me. I'd love to hear from you and have some discussions with you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, even if it's just one more hour. And yeah, see you again very soon.
You, Adam. Good night, everyone. Bye. Have a good day.
Bye. Thank you. And Durton, I can't, all the way from South Africa, even later there. So I didn't even mention Durton. So thank you for being here, Durton. No, you're not in South Africa. You're in. Where are you again?
Mute.
You can unmute. I don't know if you can. Okay. It's late wherever she is. Okay. Oh, Namibia. Yeah, right. Great. Yeah. Okay. Good to see you. Yeah, good night, Karim. Thank you for being here in the UK as well. Yeah. Good night, all.